Act is to Indo-Pacific, role of Northeast in connecting the connectivities, foster intra-regional and international trade and assessment and the way forward from the NAR, human capital development, potential challenges and the way forward, traditional and non-traditional security, and assessment from the Northeast, development paradigms for meeting the SDGs, role of NAR, challenges, and the way forward. The attempt will be to crystallize some takeaways and evolve some ideas which various stakeholders can act on in the immediate and medium term. The conclave will also build on narratives of cooperation discussed at Nadi Tree Dialogue held in 2022 in collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, in the inaugural ceremony of the historic conclave, we are so honored and delighted to have Shri N. Biren Singh, Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, as the chief guest. We are also privileged to have Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State, External Affairs and Education, India, as the functional president. We are delighted to have, as a guest of honor in the inaugural ceremony, Dr. Sumit Seth, IFS, Joint Secretary, PPNR, Ministry of External Affairs, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, Mr. Sabya Sachi Datta, Honorable Executive Director, Asian Confluence, and Professor C.H. Ibohal Meitei, Professor of Management and Head of Department of Vocational Skill and Skill Development, Manipur University. In the conversation on the theme of conference in the presence of the Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Union Minister of State, we have the eminent luminaries, Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das, IFS retired, Honorable Member, Governing Council, Asian Confluence, Professor Mahendra Lama, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Mr. Seiichiro Taguchi, Political Minister, Embassy of Japan in India, and Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, IFS retired, Honorable Member, Governing Council, Asian Confluence. Ladies and gentlemen, after the conversation, we have a spectacular cultural program to be performed by the globally renowned and acclaimed Rhythms of Manipur, and this will be followed by a dinner for all our distinguished attendees. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, who will be gracing today's event as the chief guest, will be arriving here in a short while from now. We request all our esteemed delegates to be kindly seated in the hall. In a short while from now, the chief guest will be arriving. Ladies and gentlemen, the functional president of the inaugural ceremony, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State, External Affairs and Education, Government of India, will be arriving here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Union Minister of State External Affairs and Education, India, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, has already arrived. Honorable Chief Minister, Manipur, the chief guest of today's inaugural ceremony has arrived. Let us give him a warm welcome with a big round of claps. Please be seated. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, Khurumjari. Khurumjari in Manipuri means I bow down to you in respect. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Asian Confluence, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and Manipur University, we heartily welcome all the distinguished dignitaries, eminent panelists, and esteemed guests to the historic conclave, Act East to Indo-Pacific Role of Northeast Indian States in Connecting the Connectivities. The chief guest of the inaugural ceremony has arrived. May we request Honorable Chief Minister Manipur to kindly grace the dais of the inaugural ceremony. May we also request the functional President, Honorable Union Minister of State, External Affairs and Education, the guest of honor, Dr. Sumit Seth, IFS, Joint Secretary, PP&R, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, Mr. Sabyasachi Datta, Honorable Executive Director, Asian Confluence, and Professor C.H. Ibohal Meitei, Professor of Management and Head Department of Vocational Skill and Skill Development, Manipur University. To express our heartfelt gratitude and to accord a very warm and heartfelt welcome, may I now request Mr. Sabyasachi Datta, Honorable Executive Director, Asian Confluence. Felicitation of the Honorable Chief Minister, Manipur, Shri Nongthombam Biren Singh, the chief guest of the inaugural ceremony. Presentation of our traditional Salai Taret scarf, that is the 7 clans of Manipur with the logo of the Asian Confluence, designed and handcrafted by one of our entrepreneurs from Manipur. The chief guest to be felicitated by Mr. Sabyasachi Datta, who is the Honorable Executive Director, Asian Confluence. A bouquet has also been presented to the chief guest. The functional president will now be felicitated, the Honorable Union Minister of State, External Affairs and Education, India, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh. Dr. Sumit Seth, IFS, Joint Secretary, PP&R, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, the guest of honor. Guest of honor, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, Manipur University. Guest of honor, Professor C.H. Ibohal Meitei. And may I request Professor C.H. Ibohal Meitei to kindly felicitate Mr. Sabyasachi Datta, Honorable Executive Director of the Asian Confluence. May I now request Mr. Sabyasachi Datta, Honorable Executive Director, Asian Confluence, to give the welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sabyasachi Datta. Before the welcome remarks, may I request the chief guest, President, guest of honor, and also the honorable members of the Governing Council of Asian Confluence to kindly light the auspicious lamp, spreading light and success to the historic conclave. The auspicious lamp of the inaugural ceremony is being lit by the Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, to be followed by the Honorable Union Minister of State, External Affairs and Education, Manipur. Thank you so much to the distinguished dignitaries gracing the dais and the honorable members of the Governing Council for lighting the auspicious lamp. And now, to give the welcome remarks, may I invite Mr. Sabyasachi Datta, Honorable Executive Director, Asian Confluence.
Respected Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, Dr. Biren Singh, respected Dr. Rajkumar Ranjanji, Honorable Minister of State, External Affairs, Dr. Sumit Seth, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Professor Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor of the Manipur University, Professor Ibohal Maite, Head of the Department of Vocational Studies, Manipur University, Ambassador Bhatia, Ambassador Riva Ganguly, esteemed members of the Asian Confluence, esteemed speakers and chairs of this two-day conclave, Professor Mahindra Lama, Professor Priyaranjan, General Nair, DG Assam Rifles, esteemed dignitaries in the audience which are watching this program online, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very good evening to you from this historic city of Imphal. It's my great and singular honor to welcome you all to this dialogue. We've called it Act East to Indo-Pacific, the role of the Northeast in connecting the connectivities. I will take a few minutes to decipher a few of these words, just to lay a context for us as part of this welcome. The vision of a free and open and prosperous Indo-Pacific has captured the imagination of the global strategic community and the world of geopolitics. As we gather here today in this beautiful Imphal Valley, surrounded by the beautiful hills, it is opportune to take a minute to lay out a mental map of where we are situated today, here in this room, in the context of the Indo-Pacific. The exact definition of the contours of the Indo-Pacific is still evolving. This vast geography we call the Indo-Pacific, comprising the confluence of the Indian and Pacific Oceans, spanning from the eastern shores of Africa to the western coast of United States, Japan and beyond in the northern hemisphere, to Australia and beyond in the southern hemisphere, comprising this vast maritime expanse, is replete with opportunities for trade, commerce, the upcoming blue economy, and holds great promise for inclusive growth and new opportunities. Cooperations by nations and peoples across this geography, which is naturally connected by shared waters, is vital to meeting the overwhelming challenges that we face today. climate change, ocean waste, just to name a few. Since time immemorial, traders have sailed these seas, bonded the region in shared civilization and shared values. The Bay of Bengal holds a very strategic and important position in this geography, as does the ASEAN region. We here in this northeast region are very, very close, both to the Bay of Bengal and the ASEAN. We see hills if we look out of the window, but the sea is not far at all. The flying distance to Chittagong is merely 350 kilometers, Manipur to Thailand, about 1300 kilometers. Just to lay out a perspective, Imphal to Delhi is more than 2000 kilometers. Of course, Myanmar, our nearest ASEAN neighbor, is just next door. A prosperous northeast region, well connected to the Bay of Bengal and ASEAN, is a definite building block of a free and prosperous Indo-Pacific. Our northeastern region, comprising the states with 5 India's neighbors, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, and China. India's Act East policy and the Neighborhood First policy gives an enabling framework to engage and connect to the immediate neighborhood. Connectivity between northeastern states and the rest of India has made great progress in recent times. But it's not just about roads, rails, and ships. In a speech at the Asian Confluence Nadi Conclave held earlier this year, Dr. Jaishankar, Honorable Minister of External Affairs of India, had said, anything that connects is connectivity. So, beyond physical connectivity, there are other forms of connectivity developing. Border development, power connectivity, digital connectivity. Entrepreneurs are finding new and innovative ways to connect to newer destinations and building new networks through the digital domain. We are happy to showcase some of the entrepreneurs of Manipur here outside today with some of their products. Connecting ideas, institutions, peoples to understand these new opportunities and new challenges that knock on our doors. And strategizing on what we have to think afresh, to turn challenges beyond our control to opportunities, and look inward to overcome the roadblocks that can be overcome is the need of the hour. Thus, connecting the pockets of connectivity which dot this region will take us a long way forward. Sir, the Asian Confluence works in the third space, a space of inspired ideas, passionate people, spanning civil society, academia, and includes the voices of the first 2 spaces of government and business. It is in this space that we gather today to hear some of the most seasoned and topmost experts. We are also joined by many entrepreneurs and thought leaders from the region. We greatly value the support and collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs, PPNR Division, and with the Manipur University. Both the Joint Secretary and the Vice Chancellor are here with us today. The august presence of the Honorable Chief Minister of the state and the Honorable Minister of External Affairs and Education gives this dialogue the depth and dimension that it greatly needs. Sir, we know you are very busy, just back from Delhi, and we really appreciate both your time and presence here. We are eagerly looking forward to hear from both of you, which will define the mood and tenor of this dialogue. I would also like to welcome the Honorable Political Minister from the Embassy of Japan. Japan is India's close ally and very active in connecting the region. A warm welcome to the Counselor from the Royal Thai Embassy, whom we look forward to hearing tomorrow. Immediately after this session, we will have a deeper conversation on the theme of this conclave with the topmost academic and seasoned diplomats from India and Japan. Ambassador Bhatia, who served in Myanmar, Ambassador Riva Ganguly, who served in Bangladesh and as Secretary East till very recently, and noted academic Mahendra Lama, who is conducting a study on connectivity along with the minister from the Japanese embassy. We are so happy that Honorable Minister and Honorable Chief Minister will be with us, at least for some of it. As we discuss these connections, we cherish this moment. We gather here in this historic city in the year 2022, the year in which we are celebrating 75 years of India's independence, 25 years of BIMSTEC, 30 years of ASEAN-India relations, 70 years of India-Japan relations, and 75 years of India-Thai relations. This dialogue is being webcast on our Facebook page, and also we request all of you to actively tweet your comments, tagging us at the Asian Confluence. So on that note, once again, a very, very warm welcome to each and every one of you, and thank you again for being here with us. I now request Dr. Sumit Seth to give some remarks on his behalf.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sabya Sachidatta. Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Manipur, Honorable Minister of State from Ministry of External Affairs, Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, and Professor Methi. Let me begin by greeting all of you with a traditional salute called Khurum Jari. I am very honored and privileged to be here in Imphal, a historic city, to make introductory remarks. But before I go into the core of my remarks, I would like to narrate a story from my childhood. You know, when I was in primary school, every weekend I used to wait for the newspaper for looking at a game which is called Connecting the Dots. Because it is such a fascinating game for a small kid that when you join those dots from 1 to 2 to 3 in a particular sequence, a fascinating image or picture comes. Sometimes an aeroplane comes, or sometimes an animal comes. That game has remained with me throughout. And why I'm narrating that story is today, what I do as the head of Policy Planning Division is also connecting the dots. Because the world is so complex, there are so many things happening simultaneously, so you have to be constantly aware of these dots and connect it in a way that it presents a picture in front of our policy makers, decision makers, so that they can take a right decisions. But how do you connect the dots, which is the theme or the core subtext of my policy planning, foreign policy planning division? The first step is to collect the dots. And how do we collect the dots? We collect the dots by engaging through outreach activities like the event we are doing here today in Imphal with the collaboration with Asian Confluence. We do something called Raisina Dialogue in New Delhi. We do Global Technology Summit, but we thought, let us take the dialogue on foreign policy outside Delhi to places like Imphal, to places like Chennai, and so on, so that we can understand the perspective, how do you see Act East policy from your lens, so that we can get a good picture of this. So outreach is one part of it, and based on this ideas which will germinate, which will come out during this discussion in next 2 days, what we are going to do is we will try to connect these dots and create some kind of a policy document, policy paper, and that is what the idea is of this organizing such conferences. As you know, that foreign policy these days is no longer foreign. It is as much a part of domestic policy. As our Prime Minister has mentioned, his vision is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. So the theme of today's conclave is connecting the connectivities. That is where, again, we are going to connect the dots. Same game, but much more complex game. But this puzzle of connectivity cannot be solved just by central government sitting in New Delhi. It can be only solved by collaboration with the state government, government of Manipur, civil society, think tanks, academic institutions, universities, our retired ambassadors, our friends from diplomatic corps, my friend from Embassy of Japan and Thailand are here. It shows that we believe in collaboration. Only then we will be able to connect these dots and create an image of a better world, image of a more developed world, image of a more prosperous world where Manipur can play an important role because it lies at the confluence of India's two important foreign policy initiatives, which is neighborhood first as well as Act East policy. And by extension, it also lead into the Indo-Pacific. That is the theme of this conference, where the focus will be on connectivity, the focus will be on commerce, whether it is intra-regional trade or international trade. Focus will be on capacity building, how Manipur can act as an education as well as health hub for the region, and also keeping in mind the futuristic challenges like climate change. Prime Minister of India, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, had actually launched with the UN Secretary General Life, the mission Life in Gujarat few days back, where all the ambassadors of India were present. And these are the initiatives. We are bring this message to Manipur so that the discussion which happens here will help us in recalibrating our policies when we make our policies back in New Delhi. With these words, I thank you once again, and I hope that we will have fruitful discussion. Thank you once again.
I'll now request Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor of the Manipur University, to make some introductory remarks.
Dignitaries on the dais, so Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, Shri N. Biren Singh, Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Education, Government of India, Shri Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Dr. Sumit Seth, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Dr. Sabyasachi Datta, Executive Director, SN Confluence, Professor C.S. Ibohol Maitei of Manipur University, Professor Mahendra Lama of Jawaharlal Nehru University, Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das, Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, His Excellency Mr. Shichiro Taguchi, Political Minister, Embassy of Japan, distinguished resource persons, learned academics, scholars, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my deep sense of gratitude to the SN Confluence for giving Manipur University to co-host such an extremely important dialogue for 2 days. I would like to touch on a few aspects on the theme of the 2-day seminar. First, Look East, Act East policy. The end of Cold War and the subsequent liberalization of India's economy in 1991 during the Prime Ministership of P.V. Narasimha Rao had paved the way for India's Look East policy, which later on was rechristened as Act East policy. Much have been written, discussed, and debated to activate the policy seemingly under 4 verticals. So that is commerce, culture, communities, and capacity building. It is, however, to be remembered that during the ancient and medieval days, the eight northeastern states had a lot of shared history, culture, customs, and a livelihood with the 4 neighboring countries of Myanmar, Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh, although in the modern historical experiences, the region remains a prisoner of geography, boundaries, physical infrastructure, and complex political processes in all these neighboring countries. After liberalization and India's engagement towards the East, the importance of India's Northeast began to be noticed, and the connectivity in different forms increased over time. However, measures undertaken to break such a state of isolation are countered by continued process of restricted connectivity, non-formalization of official international trade, and limited facilities for people-to-people contact. However, since the 1990s, the remote corner of Northeast Indian states had been experiencing considerable improvement in their way of life, as a large number of people had been engaged in the border trade since 1990s onwards till around 2016-17. Like Muse in China-Myanmar border and Mesot in Thailand-Myanmar border, the border town of Moreh has been completely transformed in the last 2 decades. Moreh is now inhabited by multiple communities like Tamils, Marwaris, Punjabis, Biharis, Kukis, and Meiteis. Every day, more than 1,000 crore of Indian rupees was used to be exchanged in informal trade. The newly constructed integrated checkpost was inaugurated but delayed its proper functioning due to the political development across the border. To meet the requirements of the incoming visitor, a few 3-star hotels have also come up at Moreh. Even if China has been having positive terms of trade, the demographic dividends that India is having could impact on India's favor after some time. The construction of trilateral highways from Thailand via Myanmar to India is moving at a slow pace. The present political situation in Myanmar has further aggravated the problem. However, one notices a reverse process going on simultaneously. Northeast Frontier Railway is reaching the border state of Arunachal Pradesh as well as Manipur. This railway network is linked up with the available railway facility in West Bengal, and it can reach the Calcutta and the Sitwe ports, and from there to different destinations in Southeast Asia and beyond. The expanding airways as well as the internet facilities with the commissioning of the 5G facilities provide a tremendous boost to the existing networks, not only for the consolidation of internal market, but also for providing opportunities to the traders, entrepreneurs, and even the student community to reach out to these Southeast Asian countries and beyond. 2, Northeast India as hub of international education. At present, many of the Chinese universities are included amongst the better institutions in the world, and significantly, a large number of students from many Asian countries, including India, are flocking into these Chinese universities. Huge number of Indian medical students passing out from these Chinese universities each year can be one of the illustrative example. The important point is that China has already become the cradle of higher education for the Asian countries. In this context, it can be pointed out that Northeast Indian states with a number of higher educational institutes, many of which are funded directly by central or provincial government, can provide alternative opportunities not only to Indian students for acquiring medical, engineering, and the other STEM subjects, but also to students of other neighboring countries. UGC has already issued its official order for internationalization program of Indian universities. Perhaps Manipur is also one of the better places in India for attracting students of Asian countries for pursuing higher education as an alternative to the Chinese university. Manipur is not only the nearest place from Myanmar by way of, land route, but all the universities in Manipur is also fairly cheap, and the cost of stay and the cost of education in Manipur is fairly affordable to the poorer students of the South Asian and Southeast Asian countries. Security issues. Over the last 3 decades, there have been a number of border problems and conflicts in the Indo-Chinese and the Indo-Myanmar region. It has been felt that India needs to have, within court, a live border policy. While China has improved the physical infrastructure in border areas, the Indian side of the border still lacks the minimum infrastructure of roads and power supply for steady movement of Indian security personnel and other civilians. The same scenario is visible in the Indo-Myanmar border along the Nagaland, Manipur, and Mizoram sector. The long-standing aspirations of these 3 states to avail improved quality roads, internet facilities, and electricity are yet to be fulfilled. Illegal trafficking of narcotics and illegal movements of people, including insurgents from across the border in the state of Mizoram and Manipur, are associated fallouts of such within-court passive border policy. Illicit trafficking of heroin and other opium products of the three states has reached an alarming proportion, and if immediate actions are not taken up, it may lead to disastrous social and human consequences in the very near future. The government of Manipur, under its policy of within courts, war on drugs, have not only been providing alternative source of livelihood to the opium farmers of Manipur Hills by way of encouraging them to cultivate commercial crop, but also raided and destroyed many of the mobile manufacturing units of heroin and brown sugar. However, much remains to be done to control the menace of drugs in Manipur and the neighboring areas, although disturbed area status from 15 police stations, each of the state of Nagaland and the Manipur, and also a large area of the state of Assam have already been withdrawn. Similarly, the infiltration of the Myanmaris from Chin Hills has disturbed the demographic profile of the two states of Mizoram and Manipur, and this needs immediate intervention of the central and the state government, lest ethnic issues based on identity and dominance might again flare up. With these few words, I would like to welcome all the learned academics, scholars, all the distinguished invitees in this 2 days dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lokendra. Now, may I request the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, to kindly deliver your presidential remarks.
Shri N. Biren Singh Ji, Chief Minister of Manipur, Shri Professor N. Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, Shri Sabyasachi Datta, Executive Director, Asian Confluence, Shri Dr. Samit Seth, Joint Secretary, Policy Planning, External Affairs, Professor C.I.S. Ibohol Maitai, and Riva Ganguly Ji, retired IFS, and Rajiv Bhatia Ji, retired IFS, and also Professor Lama and other distinguished members of the diplomatic community, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here today at the inauguration of this conclave on Act East 2 Indo-Pacific, role of Northeast India state in connecting the connectivities. At outset, allow me to congratulate the ASEAN Confluence for organizing this event in collaboration with the Policy Planning Division, Ministry of External Affairs, and the Manipur University. I would also like to thank the government of Manipur, all diplomat, dignitaries, and everyone present here for participating in this dialogue. Friends, the vision of a free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific is fast taking center stage in the collective view of the global strategic community. There is a growing consensus that the region is one with great potential for trades, being naturally connected by shared waters, shared civilization, and shared values of trust for inclusive growth. In this context, the Bay of Bengal, holds a strategic and significant position, as does the ASEAN region. The Northeast region occupied a unique and distinct place in the overall geography of the Indo-Pacific. We here in the Northeast regions are very close to both these regions. We gather here today in the historic city of Imphal to discuss these connections and cherish many moments of the year 2022, the year in which we are celebrating 75 years of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 25 years of BIMSTEC, and 30 years of ASEAN-India strategic relations. Imphal is a historic city that has had a special place in the history of World War II and has changed the course of the region. As India and Japan work deeply together to develop a prosperous Bay of Bengal, this year we are also celebrating 70 years of India-Japan relations, and I'm glad we are joining by senior diplomat from Japan. This year, we are also celebrating 75 years of India-Thailand relations. Thailand is currently the chair of BIMSTEC and a close ASEAN neighbor, sharing many common threads of culture, history, and lifestyle with the Northeast. I note with pleasure the presence of the representatives of Thailand Embassy in this important conclave. The Northeastern region in general, and in Manipur in particular, is one of our gateways to the ASEAN, and through neighboring Bangladesh or Myanmar are close to the Bay of Bengal. What goes on in the neighborhood deeply affect the region. The Act East policy and the Indo-Pacific Ocean initiatives are key pillars of India's foreign policy, deeply and intrinsically linked to each other in realizing the grand vision of a prosperous, connected, secure, and open Indo-Pacific. There is a need to delve deeper and understand these connections at all levels, and the conference is aimed towards creating fresh narrative in that direction. I'm glad that this conference has the presence of our seasoned diplomats who serve as our ambassador to Myanmar and Bangladesh, along with senior academia. As you know all, there are physical connectivity projects underway, projects which connect the neighboring countries of Bangladesh and Myanmar, as well as the rest of the northeastern state and the rest of India. This brings up many opportunities and challenges. For example, connectivity to Bangladesh is being almost restored with road, rail, and inland waterways, and new routes are coming up. Multimodal connectivity from Imphal to Silchar, Dhubari, Dwaki, Saprom, and onward to Bangladesh and the Bay of Bengal promise new destination for goods. Connectivity via More to Myanmar and beyond is in advanced stages of completion. Connectivity between the northeastern state and to the rest of the India has also made tremendous progress. When we talk about connectivity, we do not talk just about physical connectivity. There are other forms of connectivity, such as power connectivity, energy connectivity, digital connectivity, and financial connectivity. We see connectivity as a holistic concept. Entrepreneurs are finding new and innovative ways to connect to newer destinations and building new network through the digital domain. As we come out of the after effect of the lockdown induced by COVID-19, there is a greater need to understand the new opportunity and new challenges that knock on our door. As the challenges posed by climate change loom large, meeting the Sustainable Development Goals has now become a matter of survival. India has taken a lead in many aspects in this regard. Recently, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji launched the Lifestyle for Environment movement, which is receiving acclaim globally. Just now, our Amit Sethi has already mentioned the region we call home, comprising of northeastern states of India, holds an important position in this context as a land bridge between South and Southeast Asia with proximity to Bay of Bengal. The region has been an anthropologically and cultural diversity hotspot. The region is also a biodiversity hotspot with rich reservoirs of waters, forests, and other natural resources having an important role to play in addressing climate change in the Indian subcontinent and the Bay of Bengal region. I'm glad that this conference has a track decided to discussing the issues of sustainable development. The shared culture, history, and mutual social traits that tie the regions are also an important component towards fostering regional cooperation. The east and northeastern part of India comprises a region that is a unique melting pot of diverse culture, language, dance form, cuisines, and is an amalgamation of many more aspects. The region has the potential where people, idea, art forms, cuisines, commerce, and friendship can flow freely and easily as it used to happen in the past. This can be the basis for a new array of industries producing products and services. I was very happy to learn that the ASEAN Confluence has taken the initiative to promote the entrepreneurs of these regions, and many entrepreneurs are present in this forum today, displaying some of the products. I'm glad to note that the conference will also host a deeper discussion on capacity building. The new national education policy holds great promises to promote human capacity development to meet these requirements. A lot of work is being done in this regard, and the Manipur University, which is a co-host of this program, has important contribution to make. Later this year, India will assume the presidency of G20. This will be another opportunity to discuss with the other G20 partners on taking forward some of these agenda, with the Northeast taking the lead. I'm glad that this conference is making an assessment of the traditional and non-traditional security as it pertains to the regions with the attendance of top experts. The COVID-19 has shown the entire global community the dire needs to involve new paradigm and the need for fresh thinking. It will be important to make an assessment of all aspects. We need more think tank like Asian Confluence who can consistently organize important research, advocacy, and training program to create fresh narrative of cooperation based on the 6 C's: connectivity, commerce, conversations, culture, capacity building, and collaboration. All these are topics which are immensely rooted in the ethos of the Northeast region. Ring of shared waters, shared idea, shared history, common lifestyle, and shared concern connect in the region of the Bay of Bengal and to Indo-Pacific. The theme, connecting the connectivities, is very timely and pertinent. I look forward to the insightful discussion which will take place and hope that some concrete actionable suggestions will come out of the deliberation, helping the government both in Manipur and the center in formulating policy of the region, touching lives of the people. With this word, I thank you once again for these wonderful initiatives and convey my best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Shri R.K. Ranjan ji, for that very comprehensive, inspiring address to all of us. Now, may I request the Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, Shri N. Biren Singh ji, to kindly address us.
Good evening to all of you. Very sorry, just I came back along with my DJ Assam Rifle Nair from Delhi. But anyway, excuse me, a little bit late. Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State, External and Education, Dr. Samit Seth, Joint Secretary, Minister of External Affairs, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, BC Manipur University, Shri Sabyasachi Datta, Executive Director, Asian Confluence, Professor C.I.C. Boholt Miti, Professor, Manipur University, distinguished participants and experts from the other countries, invitees, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm also really happy to know about the conclave, and mainly when after knowing the issues which is going to be discussed here, means organized by the Asian Conference in collaboration with Ministry of External Affairs in the Manipur University, which I think it is a right forum, and is my ministers, my brother R.K. Ranjan said, we need a concrete blueprint. Ag is policy, after look is policy, it has become ag is policy, and the road and checking checkposts, everything has been now make up and ready. But the backup, you know, what we need to do is a concrete formula. What will be the responsibilities of the Manipur state? what will be the responsibility and the benefit of the entrepreneurs operating here in the state? What will be the items will be in the business? That kind of things, what kind of infrastructure we need to construct, what kind of manpower we need. So that kind of things has to be finalized. I am very hopeful in this 2 days conclave, because it doesn't have, we're talking about the AGS policy, we're talking about the Lugis policy long back, since long back, but we're not materializing it. So we have to materialize it. And I am fully believe and confidence that these 2 days conclave will definitely bring out some concrete blueprint which we can start practically. At the outset, I extend a very warm welcome to all participants visiting Imphal for the 2-day dialogue. I thank and congratulate ASEAN Confluence for organizing this important event at Imphal in collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs and the Manipur University. Such platform will provide deeper insight of the strategic landscape and the developmental trends. The Northeast connect India to one of the most economically dynamic and politically significant geographies of the world. Therefore, developing a secure and a prosperous northeastern region will be in the interest of the country. Honorable Prime Minister has already marked the Northeast means new engine of India, new engine for development. A vibrant, dynamic, prosperous, and a resilient Northeast is India's strength. The region has the potential to be the growth engine for the country in the 21st century. Turning it into reality will require, among others, understandings the challenges and opportunity related to connectivity, commerce, contact, security, and human capital development. One of the key foundations towards development and the growth of the region is based on ensuring robust and resilient connectivity infrastructure. Towards this objective, completion of projects such as trilateral highway projects, Kaladan multi-modal transit transport project, SAC road connectivity projects will be transformative. Plans for Asian Railways through More Tamu by extending the rail line beyond Imphal will boost trade, commerce, and promote sectors such as logistics, tourism, services, etc., creating livelihood and employment opportunities. The state government is making effort to strengthen road connectivity in and along the border areas. Improvement of national highways to More is nearing completion. Air connectivity in Manipur has improved significantly. Under schemes like UDAN, regional connectivity network have expanded. Plans for international flight from airport in the region to neighboring countries will deepen the connects in the wider region. Law and order in the state has improved significantly. Ban and blockades are things of the past now. At the same time, steps are being taken to augment broader management and further strengthen security environment. I want to little bit elaborate in the security arrangement in the border area. My DG Assam Rifle also here. We have a 2 days discussion with the Honorable, under the chairmanship of the Honorable Union Home Minister Amit Shah ji, and the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji addressed the session. We central government earlier central government were little bit reluctant to deploy the state police force in the border area. But now seeing the development and the changing political scenario, the union government has also agreed to open and deploy the state police force in the border. And accordingly, 34, altogether 34 police stations in the Indo-Myanmar border had been sanctioned and the construction is on. Why I am mentioning it, it will definitely improve in managing the border law and order situation along with the Assam Rifles. Earlier, Assam Rifle alone are not able to look after as a foolproof measures because we are having 398 kilometer long forest border with the Myanmar. So now, with the completion of this 34 police station in the border, we can assure that the security environment will be definitely strengthened in the area. Manipur and other states in the region have to be mindful of the security dimensions given its strategic location. Developments across the border have direct impact on internal security. Issues of illegal drug trafficking, illegal immigration, etc. also have security implications in addition to socio-economic issues present. In the today discussion, Chintan Shivir, under the Honorable Union Home Minister, we deliberately discuss about the illegal drug trafficking from the neighboring countries and illegal immigrants and that like smuggling of illegal arms, this and that. Now, state government along with the Home Ministry, we have taken up lots of measures to prevent and protect it. Integrated checkpost at More is now functional. Better infrastructure at police station at Behang, Sangai, Kot, Singat, as just I mentioned earlier. This further construction of 34 police outposts along the Indo-Myanmar international border and the 6 police outposts along with National Highway number 37 have improved. Recently, Manipur did not have that kind of National Highway protection force. Now we have started just around 19 to 20 police patrolling teams has started, highway patrolling schemes. So now everything is feeling secure. And earlier Manipur, the trucks did not go without the security. Now trucks are moving lawn freely. So these are the few things, the improvement of law and order in the state. Projects for border fencing along the Indo-Myanmar border are being taken up to the fence 60.23 kilometer of the international border. Just we have started with the Home Ministry around 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers is about to complete, and another 80 kilometers covering the bordering of Myanmar and the Mizoram, that Behang site, that fence will be taken up shortly, and some part in the Sandel area, 40-50 kilometers, will be taken up. This has agreed by the Home Ministry. The state government, under the initiative of War on Drugs, we launched the War on Drugs in 2018 July, because as the Manipur's lies within the Golden Triangle, our youths have vastly affected, and transportation, smuggling from this through this Myanmar More road, it takes up to the Delhi, Gujarat, and other part of the country also. So we launched the War on Drugs in the year 2018 during my first term. First term. Then now you will be very happy to know, now almost it has been reduced at, I think, 80% has been reduced, we can say it. And some poppy plantations were there in the part of the interior hills area, but now with the people's movement, involving the movements of the with the peoples, now 90% of the poppy planters have changed the alternative crops, and they have replacing the poppy. And now the situation of drugs in the state is tremendously improving with the support of the peoples and with the guidance, under the guidance of the Home Ministry, Government of India. Just, you know, as I said, around 315 acres of illicit poppy cultivation were destroyed in the last government. But this time, only few left. We do not find any plantation of poppy, except in some area. Northeast is not only blessed with rich natural resource and cultural heritage, but also with a young and a dynamic population. To harness the dynamism and the creativity of the youth, schemes like Manipur Startup are being implemented. Startup schemes were launched in 2018 under the able leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, and now it is the second term. And for this term year, the state government budgetary provision we have 100 crores for the start of entrepreneurship. Over the years, with the self-help groups, over 200 MSME have achieved a turnover of at least 1 crore through startup. The first building of IT SEZ will be ready soon and is expected to create employment opportunities for about 1,500 to 2,000 persons. Skilling and training are also being provided under various schemes in different sectors. Further, towards sustainable and inclusive growth, various outreach programs are being extended by the state government. Schemes like Health for All have been major initiative in the health care sector. I want to little bit elaborate. Health for All. We are sending doctors, nurses, along with the equipments to give treatment in the respective houses, house-to-house health checkup, and providing medicine also freely. And till now, we have almost covered around 250,000 people has been checked up, and around 660 villages has been covered. The Manipur State government continues to give priority and importance to develop adequate tourism infrastructure and a service sector in the state. Agro industries are being promoted under various schemes, like area under organic farming has increased significantly. Aromatic black rice and the pineapples are some of the produce which have been exported from the state to Europe and the Middle East. We have already exported this aromatic black rice and the pineapples. Before I conclude, I once again thanks and congratulate ASEAN Confluence for organizing the conclave. As I mentioned before, I hope that some actionable roadmap will definitely outcome from this 2 days conclave. I also thank Minister of External Affairs and Manipur University for the support extended. I am hopeful that discussion and the deliberation of the conclave will throw light on a way forward for scenariozing the efforts of various stakeholders towards a coordinated and a collective response, detailing the strategic interests of India in the Indo-Pacific. I wish all the very best. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you laid out a great array of the developments that are taking place in the state and how that, using that we can connect the dots, connect the connectivities. So I think you've given us a lot of food for thought, and we hope we'll meet your expectations of coming up with some some concrete ideas over time. I think now I'll request Professor Ibohal Maite to give a formal vote of thanks after which we will have a group photograph and then the conversation on the theme of the conference.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Sri N. Biren Singh, Honorable Chief Minister Manipur, the chief guest of today's inaugural function of the one-day conclave on Act East to Indo-Pacific, role of Northeast Indian states in connecting the connectivities. Honorable Minister of States for External Affairs and Education, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, the President of the inaugural function, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, respected Dr. Sumit Seth, Joint Secretary, Policy Planning and Research, Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Shibir Shachi, Executive Director, Asian Confluence, eminent resource persons, special invitees, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good evening to you all, and Punnamakpu Kurumjari. Well, in fact, it's a great honor for me to propose a vote of thanks to all the distinguished dignitaries on this occasion. In fact, Manipur is becoming a land of great happenings over the last few years. And during the able and dynamic leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister Manipur, Sri N. Biren Singh, we have got so much of changes taken place in various aspects of the life and the economic front, including the law and order. Well, we just have got many new things and initiatives coming up, and in the years to come, and Manipur will be having a vibrant state with the new initiatives. In fact, the arrival of the railhead in Imphal, the likely completion of Trans-Asian Highway, Trans-Asian Railways, reaching in Imphal, establishment of special economic zones for information technology, and various other regional connectivities expanding to the neighboring countries like the Mandalay, the Bangkok, and Kunming, etc. And the various other initiatives taken up for the startup and employment generations, etc. I believe Manipur is having a great potential to become a vibrant state in the days to come. And for that matter, the organizing team in different rounds of discussion, we have been envisioning Manipur to be the true gateway of India, especially in the area of academics, trade, commerce. And with that, we need to have a very good capacity planning and capacity development of our young boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, I, on behalf of the organizing team, would like to express our profound gratitude and hearty thanks to our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri N. Biren Singh, who blessed us with his magnanimous presence and graced the function as a chief guest and giving us so much of areas of thought and ideas for the implementation of the development of in the state of Manipur. And ladies and gentlemen, I just would like to seek your kind hands to give a warm round of applause for our Honorable Chief Minister, sir. Thank you, sir, for your dynamic leadership, and we definitely will be having our state, a vibrant state in the days to come. I also very much thankful with deep sense of regards to our Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Education, Government of India, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, for gracing this function as President, and he has been the constant source of guidance and support to set this kind of event in the state of Manipur. And he is a guiding force for making another impetus for the change to happen in the state of Manipur. Once again, we would like to just give a round of applause for our Honorable Minister. Well, ladies and gentlemen, words are not enough to thank for the kind cooperation, help, and encouragement of Professor N. Lokendra Singh, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, and he has extended all sort of a good cooperation and encouragement to us. And I, on behalf of the organizing team, once again would like to express our deep sense of regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Lokendra Singh. So thank you so much for your guidance. Well, I'm also thankful to Dr. Sumit Seth, Joint Secretary, Policy Planning and Research, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, for his kind help in making the event organized in Imphal very successfully. He is one of the key persons in helping this kind of event reach in the state of Manipur. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind help and the good initiatives taken up. My special thanks to Dr. Shiva Shachi Dutt, Executive Director, Asian Confluence, for his untiring efforts to make this program a great success. And my sincere thanks go to all the senior ambassadors, retired IFS officers, Sri Rajiv Bhatia, Madam Riba Ganguly Das, distinguished panelists from Japan, Mr. Shachiro Taguchi, the political minister, the embassy of Japan, Mr. Tagashi Suzuki from JETRO, and Ms. Ruchani from the embassy of Thailand. And also, she has been the Minister, Counselor, Embassy of Thailand, and Professor Mahendra Lama, renowned academicians, for their gracious presence in this inaugural function. I'm also thankful to the other session chairs, Professor N. Rajmohan Singh, Vice Chancellor, Dhananmanjari University, General Arbinder K. Lamba, former Vice Chief of Army Staff, other panel members, Professor Vijay Kumar Singh from Manipur University, Professor Piro Ranjan Singh from Manipur University, Dr. Dovli, the Chairman cum Managing Director, Babina Group of Companies, Dr. Pauline, the Chairman and Managing Director, Shija Hospitals and Research Institute, and Lieutenant General, retired Sir Himalay Singh, and Lieutenant General P.C. Nair, the Director General of Assam Rifles, and the other panel members. At this juncture, I may not be able to name all the panel members and distinguished invitees, but I express our warm regards and gratitude and thankfulness to you all for your kind support to make this program a great success. I would like to thank our beloved friends from media, electronic and print both, who have taken the pain in disseminating disinformations of this event to reach the far-flung areas of the state. And in fact, they are our good friends to make our event a great success. The program of such dimension cannot be happen overnight. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated members of ASEAN Confluence, students and volunteers from Manipur University. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement and the help they have extended, but I express our sincere thanks and regards to you all who have helped in some way or the other to make this program a great success. Finally, but not the least, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to all the learned delegates, special invitees, the research scholars who blessed us with their presence for making this event a great success. So thank you, everyone. And with that note, I wish you, everyone, have a very, very wonderful evening. Thank you. Thank you all.
We now have 2 photographs. May I request our distinguished dignitaries gracing the dais to kindly come forward first for the first photograph with the honorable members, governing members of the Asian Council. May I request honorable members of the governing council to kindly stand in front of the dais while our distinguished dignitaries will kindly rise from their seats and stand in front of the dais. Our distinguished dignitaries will please remain standing for the second photograph. For the second photograph, to join us on stage, may I invite Lieutenant General P.C. Nair, Youth Seva Medal, Ati Visis Seva Medal, Director General Assam Rifles, and Lieutenant General Retired Dr. Konsam Himalay Singh, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, YSM, to kindly come up on stage. After the governing council leaves, this is the second photograph with the eminent, with the eminent panelists of the first and second day of this historic conclave will now join us. All the panelists of the first and second day of the path-breaking conclave, please join us for the second photograph. We have come to the closing moment of the inaugural ceremony. We request all our distinguished dignitaries to be kindly seated in the front row for the next session, Experts in Conversation on the theme of the historic conclave. Okay. We now have experts conversation on the theme of the conclave, Act East to Indo-Pacific, role of Northeast Indian states in connecting the connectivities. May I request our eminent panelists Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das, IFS retired, Member Governing Council, Asian Confluence, to kindly... Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly stay on for this brainstorming conversation by our expert panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated, and all our esteemed delegates outside the hall, kindly come in and take your respective seats. Thank you so much. Namaskar, Kurumjari. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the insightful session, Experts Conversation on the theme, EC East to India, Indo-Pacific, Role of Northeastern Indian States in Connecting the Connectivities. To chair the session, we have Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das, IFS retired, Honorable Member, Governing Council, Asian Confluence. Ma'am, please give a big round of applause. Our eminent panelists, Professor Mahendra Lama, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Mr. Seiichiro Taguchi, Political Minister, Embassy of Japan in India. Sir, please may we have you on stage, and a big round of welcome. Our next panelist, Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, IFS retired, Honorable Member, Governing Council, Asian Confluence. We have our two eminent panelists coming up. Okay, so you are okay. Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, IFS retired, Honorable Member, Governing Council, Asian Confluence, and Mr. Seiichiro Taguchi, Political Minister, Embassy of Japan in India. And may I request the organizing committee to kindly felicitate the chair of the session and our three eminent panelists. Official of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, doing the honors of felicitating the chair, Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das, IFS retired, Honorable Member, Governing Council, Asian Confluence, Professor Mahendra Lama from the Jawaharlal Nehru University, Mr. Seiichiro Taguchi, Political Minister, Embassy of Japan in India, and Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, IFS retired, Honorable Member, Governing Council, Asian Confluence. Thank you so much. And now over to the chair, Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das.
Thank you. Thank you for the introductions. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for me to chair this inaugural conversation, which has been kept on the theme of this conclave, which is Act East to Indo-Pacific, Role of Northeast Indian States in Connecting the Connectivities. We are indeed extremely honored that Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, Shri N. Biren Singh, and Honorable MOS for External Affairs and Education, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, have taken time out of their busy schedules to join us at this conversation. Since this is a conversation, we'll conduct it sitting here. Sir, you have also given us the very challenging task of coming up with concrete suggestions at the end of the conclave. We will try our best to do so. We have today a very distinguished panel. Before I go to the panelists, just a few words of introduction. The subject of today's discussion is indeed very, very topical. The northeastern region of India is a very unique region with its own culture, language, ethnicity. It is also very diverse internally. Northeast has seen phenomenal change in the last few years with several connectivity projects coming up. The region is more connected to rest of India than it has ever been before. Northeast, in fact, is increasingly getting connected to its neighbors and thus making our discussion over the next day, tomorrow and today, for this session on connecting the connectivities as very relevant and meaningful. Northeast is very rich in natural resources. It has abundant biodiversity, huge potential for agriculture, especially organic farming. It has huge hydropower potential and high quality talent pool. It has a very strategic location, sharing international boundary with a number of countries which are our important neighbors. And as Sir mentioned, that Northeast has the potential to be the growth, to be the engine of growth for India. The Northeast, the strategic location of Northeast with 5 countries in its borders makes it very, very important. Also, we know that the Northeast also binds us in a historical and civilizational link with some of our most important neighbors, namely the, and also the extended neighborhood, that is the Southeast Asian region, and a region with which the Northeast has cultural, civilizational linkages, which is reflected in common elements of lifestyle, values, festival, foods, food habits, etc. As we've heard other speakers say in the previous session, Northeast is where the 2 very important pillars of India's foreign policy, that is neighborhood first and Act East, converge. And also, by extension, the vision of India's vision of the Indo-Pacific. All of this converges in the Northeastern region. It is therefore very important that we are having this discussion today and tomorrow. Indo-Pacific, we know, is a relatively new concept. It has been introduced in the diplomatic lexicon only recently. However, the concept itself is not new. Indo-Pacific is a recognition that the oceans connecting Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean has now become a critical geostrategic and geoeconomic space where a large number of people live and which carries a huge part of our international trade, particularly energy trade. With global focus shifting from Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific, it is time for us to leverage the strategic position of India in this overall picture, and as well as that of the Northeast. The wide recognition of Indo-Pacific is also a recognition of India's own increasing economic and security profile. Prime Minister Modi, as you heard from previous speakers, articulated India's position on Indo-Pacific. This was first articulated at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018 when he spoke of a free, open, inclusive Indo-Pacific region which embraces all countries in the common pursuit of progress and prosperity. India's own vision of Indo-Pacific builds on our policy, which is the main policy of Act East policy. We have also several times repeated, and it stands to reason that for us, Indo-Pacific means that ASEAN is very central to Indo-Pacific. So ASEAN's role in Indo-Pacific, and by that extension, the relationship that the Northeast has with ASEAN is extremely important to this whole construct. India has further, Prime Minister at the East Asia Summit in 2019, further announced what is called the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, where 7 specific pillars have been identified, and this is also to give practical shape to our vision of Indo-Pacific. I hope we have time to discuss all these issues today. I'm going to invite our 3 speakers to give their initial comments for 10 minutes each initially, and then we will have a discussion, as the format for this session is really a conversation. May I start with you, Taguchi-san, and if you could start. I'm going to interrupt the panelists if you go beyond 10 minutes, because we have to really stick to the time, and 10 minutes for you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. And and also taking this occasion, I would like to really appreciate the organizer, Asian Conference, Ministry of External Affairs, and Manipur University to give me the occasion to come to Imphal. I feel very proud and privileged to be here, and to a certain extent lucky, because as you know, Japan has been very actively engaged in the Northeast, and our ambassador, our previous ambassadors, and many embassy officials had been many times in the Northeast, including in Imphal. But it's my very first time to be here. And, you know, as a being political minister, it's kind of an in-between position inside the embassy. And we have, coincidentally, have no ambassador currently. Our new ambassador will arrive in 10 days to India. So that because of the absence of the temporary absence of the ambassador, I received the chance to come to here, and which is quite lucky for me. But I'm sure our new ambassador, our incoming new ambassador, will surely visit this city very soon. Well, there were first ambassador, as you mentioned, very broad theme on Indo-Pacific, but allow me first to address somewhat on Japan and India, or Japan Northeast relationships. There's two reasons why I was so much looking forward to visit to Imphal. First is our historic ties. Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister. You just mentioned about this earlier in the to me. We had, as you all know, during the World War II, approximately 30,000 Japanese soldiers are fallen in the failed operations to capture Imphal. Also, many Japanese people don't know much about the Northeast, whole of Northeast regions, but the city name of Imphal is so well known among Japanese. So that was the one reason I desperately wanted to come to this city. And the second reason is to see the city of these strategic locations. Prior to my this time's visit, I checked the documents prepared for the visit of then Prime Minister Abe to Imphal, which was very unfortunately cancelled at the last minute. Among the documents, there was a map of the northeast region of India and neighboring countries to explain then Prime Minister Abe, about the strategic importance of this region in Manipur. This shows that we are quite aware of the strategic importance of these regions, and thus to cooperate with India or in this region. And also one of the aimed purpose of the cancelled visit of the Prime Minister Abe must have been to review not only our historical ties, but also to focus on the connectivity project we are doing in this region. Allow me to share some examples we are doing in these regions, on the ladder of connectivity. Let me give three perspectives. One is infrastructure, one is people-to-people exchange, and one is, as you was already mentioned, entrepreneurship, especially in the agriculture and bamboo sector. To begin with infrastructure, Japan has contributed, as one example, Japan has contributed to national highway project in Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura. They have been implemented to connect to international border with Bangladesh and Myanmar. And as you know, since the inland northeast does not have a direct outlet to the sea, we understand such cross-border connectivity projects is of quite critically important for the development of the Northeast. And with this in mind, Japan is upgrading National Highway 208 in Tripura and planning to continue to extend assistance for the construction of this crucial road to the border with Bangladesh. But this National Highway 208 is just one example. And we are conducting many other connectivity projects, road infrastructure, railway restructures, and will continue to cooperate further with the government of India for the development of connectivity in this region. Next, people-to-people exchange. Japan is now promoting the dispatch of human resources from Northeast to Japan through the so-called technical internship intern training program, in short, TITP, and specified skilled worker scheme, in short, SSW. The latter SSW scheme were introduced during the time of Prime Minister Abe. First, to begin with TITP, this program enables Indian youth to avail internship in Japan across diverse industries, including manufacturing, caregiving, hospitality, agriculture, and so on. And we hope more and more young people in the Northeast will make most of this scheme to visit Japan. As for the latter, namely SSW, in January last year, Japan and India finally signed a memorandum of cooperation pertaining to SSW scheme. This made enabled to the long-awaited SSW test to assess applicants' individual skills and Japanese language levels, Japanese language levels. Now we are looking forward to welcome more workers under the scheme of SSW to come to Japan in the near future. Regarding the people-to-people exchange, I would like to add one more program called Genesis. Genesis is an invitation program for university and high school students to visit to make a short visit to Japan. The aim of the program is to deepen their understanding on Japanese culture and technologies. Well, due to COVID restrictions, this program was implemented just online last year, but finally this year's program will be held physically in Japan. 75 students from India, including 16 participants from the whole Northeast, will be selected for the upcoming program next January. I hope they will find new insights from the visit and contribute to the development of the Northeast in the future. Finally, on entrepreneurship, especially in the agriculture and bamboo sector. As the ambassador has mentioned, the rich biodiversity of these regions can provide opportunity for many aspects, including deeper Indo-Japan relationship, Indo-Japan cooperations, and to improve agricultural productivity, processing, and packaging. We can share best practice and technologies from Japan. And one example, in terms of bamboo sector, JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, will launch a technical cooperation project called Bamboo Resource Utilization Promotion Project in northeastern India. This technical cooperation project will aim at improve design and quality of bamboo products in Northeast by sending Japanese bamboo craft experts, and also to establish a platform for accelerating entrepreneurship in this sector. Well, I mentioned three sectors: infrastructures, people-to-people exchange, and entrepreneurship. As shown, the connectivity doesn't only mean road and infrastructure. Connectivity doesn't only mean rail infrastructure or any physical things. people-to-people exchanges and the promotion of entrepreneurship are also an important aspect of the development of the Northeast and Manipur. And further, for the realization of free and open Indo-Pacific. I think these are things late Prime Minister Abe wanted to emphasize when he could have visited Imphal. And I feel really sorry that Mr. Abe can no longer visit here and Imphal. Well, to conclude, let me add one more thing. Sorry, I know I'm nearing 10 minutes. Just for our future concrete cooperation with the state of Manipur. Well, I believe the key to accelerate our cooperation in Manipur is relaxations of the travel advisory issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. And in fact, well, people-to-people exchange includes tourism, but with the current Japanese travel advisory, this might cause a hurdle for the further to improve the tourism in Manipur. And also, this travel advisory is one major reason why JICA is not fully operating in the state of Manipur. The Embassy of Japan are quite the Embassy of Japan are quite would like to appreciate for the earlier conversation with the state of Manipur on this matter, and we would like to further advance with the talks with the government of state of Manipur, and we would be very much appreciate for more data from the government of government of Manipur based on recent development and improvement, which Honorable State Chief Minister just mentioned today, so that we can be advanced on this matter. I hope that the relaxation of such travel advisory will be utilized for the great economic potential in Manipur and produce our further cooperation. And from this was, thank you very much for listening case.
Thank you, Taguchi-san. May I now request Ambassador Bhatia to make his initial remarks?
Thank you very much, Ambassador Das. The privilege to see our Chief Minister and Minister of State staying back to take part in this conversation. This is not the occasion to make a speech, and I'm not planning to make one. In the next 7-8 minutes, I'll put across 5 crisp points so that maybe later questions and comments could be addressed to them. This conclave has a title with 15 words. It's a long title. But if really clarity had to be provided, we could have added 3 more words right in the beginning to say from look east to act east to Indo-Pacific. Because this is the story of the development of India's policy in the past 3 decades. As we all know, way back in the 90s, Prime Minister Narasimha Rao launched the Look East policy. We know that it worked, but only up to a point. And that is why the Modi government elevated the Look East policy to Act East policy in 2014. And then, as the chair pointed out, in 2018, the concept of Indo-Pacific was incorporated into the Indian foreign policy, although for some reasons we did not officially describe it as the third phase in the evolution of policy. But this is exactly what it is. Therefore, the very first question that our local friends ask us, and they need to reflect on it, is what is Indo-Pacific? If you're describing Indo-Pacific as a region stretching from California to Kenya, where do we in the northeast of India fit in? How does it matter, or how is it relevant to us? Because unless and until we answer this question, the very rationale of this conference would become debatable. So here, I think we have to recall that foreign ministries, diplomatic establishments, academic scholars, they all have to sometimes introduce big concepts in order to make some sense out of a very complex dynamics of geopolitics. So Indo-Pacific is really, in very simple language, our commitment to ensure peace, security, and development in a very large part of Asia and beyond, which is watered by two oceans, the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. How we go achieving these goals entirely depends on the kind of geopolitical situation that is evolving. And I want to make a point very clear that we have been committed, India has been committed to a free, open, and inclusive region, but things have changed since 2020. I think we must recognize that after the Galwan conflict, things have changed, and that is the reason why India has started putting a lot of importance to alternative strategies which are centered around coalition building, for example, in the Quad, where the US, India, Japan, and Australia have been developing their own plans and their own programs. So Indo-Pacific is the bigger story, but we have to come back to our own Northeast and ask once again as to what we really need to do, how to leverage the world, how to leverage the neighborhood so that the interests of northeastern states are protected and preserved. So here, I would say as my next point that there are three pillars on which our entire policy on Northeast is dependent. It is essentially three segments of the neighborhood. The first, undoubtedly, are the two immediate neighbors, Bangladesh and Myanmar. On Bangladesh, as we all know, a great deal of progress has been achieved in terms of expanding connectivity between several of our states and Bangladesh. This is a success story. It has not ended yet. It needs to go further, but I think we can say we are on the right path. The other neighbor, Myanmar, where I had the privilege to serve as your ambassador for 3 years, we do have a kind of an orange light here, to be very honest. I think the official position is clear. We continue to do what we have to do. But as a scholar, I have the freedom to say that since last February, when the military coup took place, there's been a lot of difficulty and delays and slowdowns in our cooperation program with Myanmar, and this should be a matter of considerable concern to Northeast, particularly Manipur. Therefore, I think the time has come for us. Obviously, we cannot influence the choices in Myanmar. It is for the people of Myanmar to make those choices. But what we can do is to look at alternates as sources of friendship and cooperation. And this is where my second pillar comes in. And I would like to say that even as Myanmar finds a way to become normal, this could happen in 1 year, 2 years, or even more. As I said, it entirely depends on the people of Myanmar. And I need not at all bring in the question that India follows a very pragmatic dual-track policy on Myanmar, namely to encourage and promote and support democratic forces, but at the same time maintain normal business relations to the extent they are normal with the military government there as well. So my second pillar would be that northeastern states have to develop closer cooperation with Thailand and the other 3 Indo-China countries, Indo-Chinese region, that is Laos, Cambodia and Vietnam. Now those are not immediately adjacent to us, but they are not very far. And there's a lot of history, lot of culture, and therefore I think as New Delhi develops further cooperation with those 4 countries, Thailand plus 3, I think NER, Northeastern region, have a special interest in that relationship. And the third pillar, dear friends, is closer home. And this is our own regional grouping, BIMSTEC. Northeast of India is the heart of BIMSTEC. BIMSTEC is our way to deepen and expand regional cooperation. It is not just about connectivity, it is about cooperation in all relevant domains, political, social, economic, and that is the reason why I would urge the intellectuals present here, the professionals, the editors, the teachers, the students, to lend their power, and of course the governments, so that India's role in BIMSTEC and BIMSTEC's role in the region gets strengthened. Because if that happens, undoubtedly our own region would benefit clearly. And my last point, dear friends, and I'm going to be as respectful but as candid and straightforward as possible, we have to further develop our northeastern region for our own sake, not for the neighborhood. If we want good centers or hubs for human development, for higher education, for medical tourism, for biodiversity, we have to do it ourselves. Of course, it is the duty and responsibility of our foreign policy establishment to bring in as many inputs as possible. But this will be only a subsidiary factor. It will only be a secondary factor. I think it is nobody's case that India should be looking to Japan, Thailand, Singapore, Laos, Cambodia, and the rest of them to simply wait for that cooperation to come. So essentially, this is where we are, and we need to be looking to the future, and as the Chief Minister said, develop a very practical set of, we can't possibly develop in 2 days a concrete plan, respectfully, sir, but we can definitely come up by tomorrow evening a set of very serious proposals, which then we can bring to the notice of the authorities, both here and at the center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Bhatia. You've already given us some food for thought and some very interesting proposals. In fact, on BIMSTEC, I would like to add that last year at the BIMSTEC summit, the very important BIMSTEC master plan on connectivity was adopted. I think it's a, often from outside it seems like, governments meet and they adopt all kinds of reports. But I think it is very, very significant that the BIMSTEC countries put in so much effort, experts put a lot of work, and they came up with this master plan on connectivity, which the BIMSTEC countries have agreed is going to be a dynamic document where various countries can add new routes, new and especially because it also has a tourism aspect to it. So I think all those scholars here who look at economics and who look at regional connectivity, I would certainly urge that you look at the BIMSTEC master plan on connectivity, which the leaders adopted and which is an outcome of a lot of effort and a lot of hard work. May I now request Professor Mahinder Lama to say his initial comments and keep it to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. One of the questions which has been bothering us in this conference of last 2 hours is, how do you connect Northeast Actist policy with such a huge concept of Indo-Pacific, right? The Indo-Pacific involves the entire global world, and we are talking about a small geography here connecting with this. And the best part today is we have the actors and the institutions in this hall, right? We have the head of the government of Manipur, Honorable Chief Minister is here. Then the Union Cabinet member, the Honorable Minister for External Affairs, State, External Affairs, and of course Education. Then we have Dr. Sumit Seth, the head of the Policy Planning Division. And of course we have head of the institutions, including the Vice Chancellor of Manipur University, and of course representatives of the embassies and the high commissions in Delhi. What is very critical in today's meeting is, of course, to say what are those push factors and what are those pull factors that are very, very critical for the Northeast region in the Actist policy and the Indo-Pacific policy. Push factors are very important. You have the entire Southeast Asian countries developed in such a big way. East Asia developed in a big way. You can give example of Singapore to Vietnam to Thailand, then to Korea, to China, to Japan, right? And you have regional groupings like Greater Mekong sub-regions, you have ASEAN, and if we really work hard in the Northeast, if you have a visionary leadership, and if you have a right policies, right actors, then you can really enter into the game of big gains. You're not looking into small gains. You have a big gains. We can transform the entire Northeast, right? So, because in Northeast today, we are the critical factor in the entire game of connectography. We connect Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, right, and rest of India with Myanmar and Southeast Asia, including Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore. And of course, we connect with Southwest China, Tibet, Sichuan, and of course, Yunnan. So we are in such a critical geography today, right? But on top of that, we also are the critical aggregator, or what you call it, critical conglomerator, because we connect all these countries to the Indian Ocean or Bay of Bengal, right? And that is where we should realize our critical importance. That's why Government of India says that you are the key actor in the entire Actist policy. But we should realize that fact. So there are pull factors. Now, what are the push factors? What are the pull factors and what are the push factors? A very interesting pull factors is China, right? Why China becomes such an important country as far as the Northeast and beyond is concerned, right? I'll just give you one example. China-Myanmar economic corridor. China has Belt and Road initiatives. China has what you call it maritime Silk Route projects, huge, massive projects. And China has a bigger global challenges. That means all these sea routes it actually uses for its imports, right? It uses 30 sea routes. It uses 1,200 seaports that involves almost 150 countries. That is China. It's a massive game of China. Now, when you face in these seaports, when 90% of your imports in China happens through seaports, right, sea routes, then if there are choke points, transit choke points in the Strait of Malacca, in the Strait of Hormuz, it is looking for an alternative sea route, right? What is the alternative sea route? What is the shortest? What is the easiest? What is the most economic? And the most shortest sea route from which it can get into Indian Ocean. Please remember, China is not a part of the littoral states of Indian Ocean, right? Yet it would like to be a very critical actor in the Indian Ocean. And what is the shortest sea route? Is through this road. Northeast, Bangladesh and Myanmar. Get into Bay of Bengal and get into Indian Ocean. That's what it wants, right? And so what do? If today, tomorrow, if you see Chinese investments in Myanmar, all is happening in Rakhines, right? That means very, very periphery of Bay of Bengal. So that's a very, very interesting. So that's why the Indo-Pacific concept comes into, right? So you have a pull factor and you have a push factor. What do we have in the Northeast? We are quite unique in the Northeast. We have the absolutely different constitutional arrangements, financial arrangements, right? We have the absolutely institutional arrangement different, and we also have absolutely different governance models in Northeast. 6th schedule, where do you get in India? Where do you get what you call the development of Ministry for the Development of Northeast? Do you have anything? Do you have NEC, Northeastern Council, anywhere in India? You have nothing. So we are absolutely in a different position as far as development dynamics are concerned. Therefore, when Government of India talks about Act East policy, when Government of India talks about BIMSTEC, right, IOARC, BBIN, and any other arrangements, we are the key player. Northeast is the key player. Nothing can happen without Northeast. But we should realize that fact. Therefore, but at the same time, we have seen several changes in the last 5 to 10 years in the Northeast. The entire periphery discourse, hey, don't go to Northeast. Northeast is a violent place. People are violent there. It's changing now. The narrative is changing. Everybody is saying that, oh, Northeast is the next growth pole in India, right? That narrative is changing. And we have modern institutions now, universities. The best part of Northeast today is we have 4 connectivity within a state, between the 2 states, states and the rest of India, and the states and the neighboring countries. We have that situation also. This is what is happening. Therefore, and the entire concept of border is changing. Till yesterday, the border was a geometric line. If you cross this border, you have a national security threats, right? Today, border is borderland. The moment you say borderland means border is geometric line, borderland is space, communities, tourism, rivers, forests, biodiversity, trade, commerce, smuggling, all kinds of things, migrations, right? So today, we are a borderland. Yesterday, it was a border. So today, yesterday, it was a threat. Today, it is an opportunity. So how do you use this? How do you use this? The actors have changed. 10 years back, no go. Nobody can get into Northeast. Today, you have Asian Development Bank, World Bank, AIIB, you have UNDP, you have JICA, you have all kinds of institutions in the Northeast. This is absolutely different today. Then you have the state governments, like the Honorable Chief Minister rightly mentioned. You have a different models. I also work as Chief Economic Advisor in Government of Sikkim, and we have a model. We would like to have a green organic model. You have a absolutely different model in the northeast part of India. The best part of Northeast is you have a generation today, right? That generations think big, would like to go beyond Northeast, beyond India, and do something big. So they are organic entrepreneurs, they are large thinkers, so they are going to make a difference. So what is very critical today for me, when the Honorable Chief Minister puts up, says that give me actionable programs, I would say 3 actionable programs, sir. One, we must talk about reverse integration. Everybody wants us to integrate with rest of India. And India is a big country, right? We want the rest of India to integrate with Northeast, like this today. You have seen that. Because if you see the map, and if you see the anatomy, right, and if you see what you call the entire analogy, then the chicken's head is Northeast, chicken's body is the rest of India. And so far, what we are doing is, body is taking the head around. We want the head to take the body around. And the moment that happens, the entire model of development, entire model of transformation will change in the Northeast. And that is how I think political actors, institutions should think about it. The second important thing is, let's talk big. Honorable Prime Minister is all for big things. Honorable Home Minister is all big things. We heard today our Minister of State, External Affairs, he's also for big things. Chief Minister, Honorable Chief, is also big things. Let's think big then. Let's have an Act East Commission headed by the Prime Minister of India. And let's shift the M donor to Northeast, Ministry of Development to Northeast. And let's see what happens. For next 10 years, we will shift it here. Then let's see what happens. Big things can happen, right? This is what the Chinese did. When Chinese moved from 1,400 kilometers of the coastal areas from 3 minutes, yeah? Sorry. So when they moved from the coastal areas, from Beijing to Shenzhen to Shanghai to Guangdong, then come to the, what you call the land borders of Tibet, Sichuan, Chennai, Shaanxi, and Yunnan, they did absolutely the big things. Please compare Yunnan of China. That is the only border between China and Southeast Asia. Like us, we are the only border between Southeast Asia and India, right? We are the only borders. They are also landlocked in Yunnan. We are also landlocked. There are also multiple ethnicity. We have also got multiple ethnicity. Look what happened to Yunnan in the last 20 years. GDP of Yunnan was 9.41 billion in 1990. Today it is 269 billion. Highway was 31,000 kilometers. Today it is 1,15,000 kilometers. Per capita income, trade was 541 million. Today is 29 billion. You name any indicators. Why not Northeast? Question is, why not Northeast? If Yunnan can do in China, right? Why not Northeast? So something has to be big. So there are triggers. We need seed projects. This is what we have recommended in the vision document of Northeast 2035 for the Niti Aayog, right? This is what we have recommended for the net fees document on seed projects. This is what we are going to recommend to the report for the Minister of External Affairs as commissioned by Dr. Seth's office, right? That do something big, right? So can we have Northeast as a power pool where we will get electricity from Nepal, Bhutan, and sell electricity to entire Southeast Asia? Despite military regimes, right? Just about 20 days back, China inaugurated a major electricity project in Kakpo, right? That is in the Rakhine, in the Bay of Bengal. Why not India? We do this here. So thinking something big, thinking something, bringing, we have to a large extent not been able to do anything on the bringing investors. We had NEIIPP, we have NEIDAs, so many incentives projects. But when it comes to really investing in the Northeast, sustainable investment, nothing big. So we must bring 10 investors from Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia. We must bring investors, industries which are now leaving China and moving to Vietnam from Japan to Northeast. Can we bring just 5 of them as seed projects? That would make the difference. That is what I would like to say that, and the Honorable Chief Minister can immediately think of it. Studies are there, reports are there, everything is there. So 2 demonstrative projects is going to change the entire landscape of Northeast. This is what we tried to do in Sikkim in the last 10, 20 years, and we were in a big way successful. And I think one has to take the leadership.
Over, Professor.
You could do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry to end that. How much time do we have for... Okay, sir. Do we continue, Sabya? So half an hour, we have about half an hour. So let me start with, let me perhaps start with you, Taguchi-san, that, you spoke about the bilateral relationship. We got to know about connectivity, and I like the way you defined connectivity as all-encompassing, which, and there was a lot of information that we got to know also about what Japan is doing in the region. But it will be useful for our audience here if you could also tell us the bigger vision of Japan of Indo-Pacific. And how does Japan see India in its larger vision of the Indo-Pacific? And where does Japan see, what kind of role does Japan envisage India playing in its vision of the Indo-Pacific? To you, sir.
Thank you very much for this question, because that was what a little bit failed in my remark. And honestly speaking, I would be better for that broader picture rather than the concrete project which our embassy has, to which our embassy has various experts. On broader picture on Indo-Pacific, well, this is not necessarily the way the government of Japan officially explains the Indo-Pacific, but I personally believe that the term Indo-Pacific as such is something objective and neutral. This term Indo-Pacific is a quite innovative conceptual tool to understand the current geopolitical reality in this world. So it helps us to understand what the problem is and what is important. But in order to deal with the problematic, we need to rather ask which kind of Indo-Pacific, or what kind of Indo-Pacific we want. So that's why we are promoting free and open Indo-Pacific, not just Indo-Pacific. If we think of such free and open Indo-Pacific, we are looking for partners. And of course, India, with which we share a fundamental value, is a huge partner. This is one thing. The other thing is that there are much talks on Quad if we talk about Indo-Pacific. But one thing I want to emphasize is that we never ever, I think India never as well, we never ever mentioned Quad as something central of the Indo-Pacific. Well, Quad is an important framework, but what Quad countries repeatedly reiterated was the centrality of ASEAN. And as well, in fact, if you see the map of the Indo-Pacific, which is in the middle of the ASEAN, so how to support ASEAN is something India and Japan has in common. So, we are proud to be a co-leading country of the connectivity pillar of Indian IPOI, or what was the abbreviations? Yeah. IPOI was the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative of the Indian government. And again, we are proud of the co-leading country of its connectivity pillar. Well, so ASEAN is where our interests meet. And if we think ASEAN as a core of the Indo-Pacific, naturally, the neighboring region, which is Northeast, is of strategic importance, which we very much value. Thank you.
Thank you, Taguchi-san. In fact, extending your point and what Ambassador Bhatia earlier said, that Northeast needs to look at other partners other than Myanmar. So, in the larger perspective, where we are talking about the centrality of ASEAN in the Indo-Pacific vision of ours, and this is something which all East Asia, more or less, I think there is something which I've always heard all East Asia summit countries also mention about the centrality of ASEAN in Indo-Pacific. So how do you then see Northeastern state as leveraging their position as in terms of their proximity to Northeastern states, to Southeast Asia, and also the extremely strong civilizational, cultural, and historical linkages that Northeast has with Southeast Asia. So it is a great advantage that the Northeast states have when we look at the centrality of ASEAN in Indo-Pacific. So I would like to hear your comments, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we can certainly go into the historic aspects of foreign policy discourse, the centrality of ASEAN and 10 member states of ASEAN. Not all of them are interested in the Northeast in equal measure. I think we have to recognize that if we are looking at the Philippines or Indonesia or Malaysia, the interest is minimal. But geography is important here. The countries which I listed, they are closer home. And even if, because of the current situation, Myanmar is an issue, that does not prevent us from focusing more on the neighboring, nearby countries with whom we have had closer historical and cultural connections. I think ASEAN is important from all points of view, but we have to have a nuanced approach on this. And if you allow me, I want to make this a bit more interesting and react to what Professor Lama said just now. Of course, he is the son of the soil. He's a very respected academic. But I have 37 years of experience in the government. And so the people in the government actually want to quite often not think big. In fact, they want to think small and medium so that tomorrow some progress actually happens. Often in India, when you think big, this ends as soon as you get out of the conference room. So with respect, I would like to suggest that we start not from Indo-Pacific, but we start from what are the immediate needs of, let us say, Manipur. I would like to share with this audience that we took a very special initiative yesterday. We invited about a dozen members of Manipur elite, professors, editors, academics, respected people, and generally in the age group of 40s and 50s. That is people with experience, but also with ambition for future. And we had a totally unstructured, informal dialogue. Believe me, sitting in Delhi, studying Northeast, was nothing in comparison to spending those 2 hours with people on the ground. So I'm suggesting that we identify the needs of the people here. What are the needs? Our brothers and sisters are in the universities. When they finish their first or second degree, all that they want is a job. A decent job with dignity and a reasonable income so that they can help the families and themselves move forward in life. This is the first requirement. Second, as far as business people are concerned, they want basic facilities. Roads on which you can drive without too much of a discomfort. This is a requirement. The third, undoubtedly, much greater flow of investment from the rest of India so that the enterprises here can think a little bit beyond Manipur, maybe covering the other neighboring regions. So, sir, I would request you that there would be a need for maybe merging the two visions. As an academic, as a very respected academic, you are absolutely free to think big. But at the same time, we will have to think practical also, so that by tomorrow we can have a list of actionable items for the consideration of the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think that was an interesting point of view on thinking big versus thinking practical. I wouldn't like to say thinking small. I think thinking big versus thinking practical. May I address one question to you, Professor Lama? It's a little different from what you spoke about. You know, in the past, whenever we've spoken about connectivity, and especially in the Northeast context, because of Northeast's very strategic location, all discussions on connectivity have got involved in discussions about sovereignty and security issues. And Honorable Chief Minister also mentioned in his speech a lot on security, both traditional as well as non-traditional security issues. So how is it that the situation has changed? I mean, of course, to a very large extent, is the success of India's foreign policy that, today we have such excellent relations with Bangladesh, as Ambassador Bhatia also mentioned, that, the pre-1965 railway links are being re-established. There is going to be a railway link between Agartala and Akhoda in Bangladesh. Tripura has got direct connectivity to Chittagong port. and this can be used by all the northeastern states. I mean, you know, if I said a couple of years back that Tripura has the potential today to become a logistics hub for the northeast, it would have been, I would have been a laughing stock. People would have laughed at such a proposal. But it is actually a reality. Tripura has an inland water connectivity through Bangladesh. It has a port connectivity. It has road connectivity through the Feni River, the Moitri Bridge over Feni River. And so these are very significant developments which have taken place. What has changed the narrative, you know, in terms of this huge security concern vis-a-vis connectivity? And today we see connectivity projects progressing so well between the neighborhood and the northeastern states.
Well, thank you very much. I think that's a very relevant question by the chairperson about how things changed. I read a statement somewhere by the Government of India saying that what Government of India has spent in the Northeast in the last 5 years are more than what it is spent in the last 10 years. It is more than what it is spent during the last 60 years. And I was just calculating, it is spent almost 2.66 lakh crore from 2014 to 2021 in infrastructure alone. So it's a big amount. And that has brought about significant changes. 30 years back, 40 years back when we were students in Delhi, we knew that every project in the Northeast had to go through the security lab of the Ministry of Home Affairs. And the entire project's development was driven by Ministry of Home Affairs, which has nothing to do with development to a large extent, right? Roads, communications, transport. Today, the situation is absolutely different, right? That shows there's a huge difference. I think in the Chintan Sivir, our Home Minister did say, I think somewhere I read that there's a sea change in the security dynamics in the Northeast region. What is very critical today is how do you really capitalize on this kind of changing situation? The Honorable Minister is here, the Joint Secretary is here. You know, we must treat the airport, the seaport, and the land port equally. Whatever we have in Delhi's Indira Gandhi Airport, we must have here in land port here. You have the state-of-the-art technology in Delhi Airport, and you have the first generation technology here in the land port. How can you do this? That's why we do not improve. You have the best quality electricity, water supply. If you go to Dauki, you will find no electricity, no water for hours together. So that means what? That means you treat 3 ports separately, depending upon who does what, land. Today, when Act East policy is concerned, we are not talking about seaport, we are not talking about airport, we are talking essentially of land port. So the entire trade has to be driven through land, right? That's what the Chinese did in Yunan. So you give the best policy, best technology, best inputs in the land. So whatever is there, right? Therefore, I think one of the things which we have to drive home to the Government of India is to give us the best, and we will deliver the best, right? Our young boys are there, young girls, entrepreneurs are there. The second point I would like to say is, you know, we must prepare ourselves now, because tomorrow the quadrilateral highway between Manipur, Myanmar, and Thailand would be a reality in the course of next 3 years, 4 years. Who will use this highway, right? Who will use this highway? A Gujarati trader would not come all the way to Manipur to use this highway. A Tamil investors will not come here. So we will have to generate our own resources, institutions, people to use this highway. And here is an opportunity, right? So, and I see not much of preparations among the governments in the Northeast on this line of actions. Therefore, I urge that we should start preparing for such kind of ventures. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lama. You have almost snatched away the last sentence from me. I was going to, I feel very strongly that one of the things that the northeastern states really need to do is to seriously form maybe teams and look at the way connectivity projects are coming up. And these are not projects which are on paper. These are projects which are going to be a reality in as short a time as a year or maybe 2 years. There is a railway line between a place called Kaloda and Shahbazpur, which is again a pre-65 train connection in Bangladesh, which can connect to Karimganj through Mahisasan. Now, once there is a train link directly from Sylhet, which means from Dhaka to Karimganj, imagine the potential that it has for trade and for medical tourism. Nothing stops, the Northeast to really explore medical tourism, especially from Bangladesh when these railway links come up and become actual projects. For instance, see Agartala Akhoda. It can the railway link is definitely going to be used for passenger traffic, but it is also a lot of potential for trade. Similarly, the line which goes to straight to through Chilahati, Haldibadi up to Shilchar, it's a huge potential. And the inland water routes, the 2-3 new routes that have been added, and most importantly, the connectivity to Chittagong port. The entire Northeast now has connection to the ports of Chittagong and Mongla, and the cost of getting things from, say, Maharashtra or Goa or elsewhere in India is going to be considerably reduced. So the thinking that what you said, Professor Lama, that are we ready for the connectivity? Are we ready for these projects? Are we ready to are we ready with our policies to seize this opportunity which is before us? I think that is the real issue that needs to be discussed. I think we've really taken a lot of time. I'm going to give...
I want to just answer, just point out to bring a little bit of balance, because you have served in a country which has been good to India, which is Bangladesh. And that's why if you only look at Bangladesh, you are able to present a very positive, optimistic picture. Unfortunately, I have served in a country, Myanmar, where this cannot be done, and I cannot allow the audience to just go up in a very happy, optimistic mood. I think we need to be realistic, otherwise we'll only be thinking big. So my point is that, first of all, our projects in Myanmar have done poorly. I think we must be honest with ourselves. There have been undue delays. But on top of that, now the political and security situation, security is what you are saying, have become so complicated in Myanmar that with the best of intentions, the government is not able to complete those projects. No government official will give you at this stage a timeline, either for Kaladan or trilateral, not quadrilateral, trilateral highway project in Myanmar. So what do? We just keep waiting for things to happen, or we look at some alternatives. And that is the reason why I pointed out that while we are not withdrawing interest from Myanmar, a country which is of immediate importance to Manipur and Northeast must look at alternatives, and alternatives have been identified. That is all just I wanted to say.
Sure, so that's a very sobering thought. And I think we've really exceeded our time. Maybe I'll just give all the speakers 1 minute each for some last concluding words. Please, 1 minute each.
But allow me just one supplementary thing on Bangladesh and Chittagong. JICA is now making a huge project in Matabari port, which will help more capacity for Bangladesh and Chittagong. So further connect. So in that sense, we look at we want to see more facilitate goods movement facilitation between India and in Bangladesh for smooth border crossing. That's the thing I wanted to add one thing. Lastly, again, I would like to thank the organizer for this wonderful discussion and quite enlightening for me too. And I'm looking forward to the discussion tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Taguchi-san. So, Ambassador Bhatia, and then you. Final concluding words.
No, thank you very much. I think all that I really will say in my 1 minute, 2 key points. I think first, we come from Delhi with great deal of respect for the intelligentsia in Manipur. And we hope that our visit will prove as a catalyst for some of you to study the larger issues of the geopolitics and geoeconomics in the Indo-Pacific region. It is important for your own students and your own young people to hear from your teachers, your scholars, as to what this Indo-Pacific is all about. But my second point is that we start from what is needed by people of Manipur and by people of the other northeastern states and develop our plans from there rather than creating this big concept which in fact in practical terms may not very much mean to us in our daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. I still go by the big thinking because I'm a great believer in big thinking because, this kind of incremental change will never do anything good to us. We would like to work like what you call it, we have a snail's shell syndrome. Snails, they walk a little, see some foreign elements, come back to the shell. Let's not suffer from them because the countries which have done well, Japan, Korea, China, today Vietnam, they are all big thinkers, right? Now, just one example of big thinking. We all used to receive our bandwidth, internet bandwidth, all the way from Mumbai or Madras, Chennai, right? 2,000 plus kilometers away. And there's now increasingly a possibility, and we have already brought 100 Gbps, 10 Gbps bandwidth from the sea cable route from Bay of Bengal to Tripura. So it's a question of time only that all the Northeast will be covered by this route, right? So it's somebody thought about it. It is possible, right? Otherwise, we are so dependent on 2,500 kilometers away ports, right, to get this. So this is very, very critical. But lastly, I would like to say, we have a serious laggard as far as institutions are concerned. The last set of institutions came to Northeast. If you see South India, if you see the west of India, if you see even the north of India, you will find the institutions came up in 60s, in 50s. Some of them came up pre-independence period, institutions came up. For here in India, for in the Northeast, institutions came up really in the last 30 years. Right? So we are a big laggard. We have to really make a lot of noise. We want the best institutions. That's why we have IITs today. And what would make difference in the Northeast is all varieties of modern institutions, right? That would go along with traditional orthodox variety of institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the wonderful panel that we've had today Taguchi-san, Ambassador Bhatia, Professor Mahinder Lama, and they've given us a lot of food for thought. And I think the audience can keep debating amongst themselves about thinking big and thinking practical. We've covered, I think, all aspects of the discussions which are going to be held tomorrow. And thank you all, the very wonderful audience, for your patience. You've sat through a late session. And most of all, sir, Honorable MOS, sir, for taking time off and being with us and listening to this discussion. It has been very, very interesting, and I'm sure tomorrow will be an even more interesting day. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. That was such an insightful session. Now we have come to the end of the conversation program. Post this, we'll have a short break, and the break will be followed by performance of cultural program by the Rhythms of Manipur. And after that, the organizing team has arranged a wonderful dinner for everyone, and everyone is invited to the dinner. Before we go for the break, I would like to just introduce the Rhythms of Manipur. Rhythms of Manipur is a professional performing group expert in both traditional and fusion arts. Rhythms of Manipur has won a galaxy of coveted awards. Dancing drummers, this music composition is a perfect collage of various rhythms and beats of the traditional drums. The internationally acclaimed Rhythms of Manipur, the pride of the state, will now present the gathering post the break. So everyone, please assemble after 10 minutes. Thank you. The cultural program will be starting in a few minutes now. So I request all the delegates to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the internationally acclaimed Rhythms of Manipur, the pride of the state, will now present to the gathering the spellbinding dancing drums, Rhythms of Manipur. Please give a round of applause to welcome them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a refreshing performance. Now we will have felicitation of the Freedoms of Manipur members by our Honorable Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, our Honorable MP of Manipur. I'm so sorry.
I will also join. Wait. Please come, please.
Thank you, everyone. You all have been a wonderful audience. Every one of you, you are invited to dinner. Dinner is served at the lobby. Thank you.